Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more Nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The light falls differently in churches at dusk. It doesn't simply fade, it transforms, becomes something else entirely, something that belongs neither to day nor to night, but to that liminal space between prayer and dream. At St. Mary's, in the autumn of 1923, this transformation happened with particular grace. The stained glass windows, those ancient sentinels of coloured light, caught the dying sun and scattered it across the stone floor in pools of amber and rose, blue and gold, each shard of illumination trembling slightly, as if the church itself were breathing. Father Brown stood in the nave, his hands clasped loosely before him, his round face tilted upward toward those windows. The air smelled of beeswax and old hymn books, of stone that had absorbed centuries of whispered prayers, of incense from morning mass that still lingered like a benediction in the rafters. Outside, the village of Kembleford was settling into evening, shop doors closing with gentle clicks, the baker's boy whistling his way home, Mrs. Henderson's cat prowling the churchyard wall with the gravity of a bishop on rounds. But inside there was a particular quality of silence that made Father Brown's brow furrow just slightly. It was the wrong kind of silence, if such a thing could be said about quiet in a house of God. The church, empty though it appeared, should have been humming with the anticipation of Vespers. The choir should have been gathering in the vestry, their voices warming up in gentle scales, their footsteps creating that familiar percussion of preparation. Thomas Whitmore in particular should have been there, his tenor voice running through the evening psalms, his fingers straightening his collar with that nervous habit he'd developed over 40 years of singing. Thomas Whitmore was always early. Always. It was as predictable as the sunset itself, as reliable as the church bells marking the hours. Yet the vestry door remained closed, undisturbed, and the silence pressed against Father Brown's ears with the weight of something off. He moved through the nave with his characteristic shuffle, a small man whose presence somehow filled more space than his physical form suggested. The stone floor was cool beneath his sensible shoes, worn smooth by generations of faithful feet. Each step echoed softly, a lonely sound in the vast space. The pews stretched in orderly rows to either side, their wood darkened with age and polish, their ends carved with modest roses and crosses by some long-dead craftsman who'd believed beauty and devotion were inseparable. Victorian England had built churches like fortresses of faith, and St. Mary's was no exception. Its walls were thick enough to hold secrets, its ceiling high enough to make earthly troubles seem small by comparison. The architecture spoke of an age when God's house demanded grandeur, when every arch and column was meant to lift the eye, and presumably the soul, heavenward. Yet for all its imposing structure, St. Mary's possessed a warmth, an intimacy that came from decades of genuine community, of births and deaths, marriages and memorial services, of ordinary people seeking extraordinary comfort. Father Brown paused beside the choir stalls, running his hand along the smooth wood. Here, carved into the armrest, was a small cross that Thomas himself had etched years ago, during a particularly long sermon on patience. Father Brown had noticed it, of course. He noticed most things, but had said nothing. Some small rebellions were too human, too endearing to correct. The evening light shifted again, the sun dropping another degree toward the horizon, and now the shadows in the church grew longer, deeper. The statue of the Virgin Mary in her alcove seemed to step forward slightly, though of course she hadn't moved at all. It was merely the light changing, playing its ancient games with stone and faith. Her face, worn smooth by centuries, held that expression of infinite patience, of knowing sorrow. Father Brown found himself meeting her painted eyes, as if she might offer some explanation for Thomas's absence. "He's never late," Father Brown murmured to the empty church, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter whatever fragile truth was hovering just beyond his understanding. The sound of his own voice brought him back to the present moment, to the practical matter at hand. The choir was meant to perform this evening, a special Vespers service that had been planned for weeks. The bishop himself might attend, though bishops had a way of being both expected and absent simultaneously, their schedules as mysterious as divine providence. Thomas had been preparing a solo piece, a psalm he'd been rehearsing for months, his voice growing stronger and more confident with each practice session. Father Brown made his way to the vestry, his hand reaching for the brass doorknob, slightly tarnished, despite Mrs. McCarthy's best efforts with polish and elbow grease. The door swung open with a familiar creak, revealing the small room where the church's sacred objects were kept, where the choir robed themselves, where Thomas Whitmore should have been standing with his music folder and his nervous smile. But the vestry was empty. More than empty, it was undisturbed. The robes hung on their pegs like sleeping ghosts, perfectly still. The music, stands were folded against the wall, awaiting their evening deployment. The small window, set high in the wall, let in a square of golden light that fell across the wooden floor, illuminating particles of dust that drifted in slow, hypnotic spirals. And there, on the table where the music was always kept, where the precious books of psalms and hymns were stored, there was a space, a rectangular absence where something should have been. Father Brown moved closer, his eyes narrowing behind his spectacles. The dust on the table told its own story, a story of something recently removed, of fingers disturbing the settled peace of neglect. The old psalm book, the one from 1847, bound in cracked leather with pages soft as cloth from handling, with margins filled with generations of choirmasters' notes. It was gone. "Curious," Father Brown said softly, though there was no one to hear him. "Very curious indeed." He stood there in the vestry, in the failing light, surrounded by the paraphernalia of worship, the silver candlesticks awaiting polish, the collection plates stacked neatly, the spare rosaries kept for those who'd forgotten their own. Each object spoke of routine, of order, of the comfortable patterns that made up the life of a parish church, and yet somewhere in this ordered world, a pattern had been disrupted. A reliable man had failed to appear. A valuable book had vanished. Father Brown was not a man prone to melodrama, but neither was he a fool. He'd been a priest long enough to know that when small things went wrong, larger things often followed. When the predictable became unpredictable, when the faithful became absent, when sacred objects disappeared, well, there were always reasons, human reasons, and human reasons he'd learned over years of hearing confessions and observing his fellow mortals were rarely simple. He left the vestry, closing the door with care, and made his way back through the church. The light was fading faster now, the coloured pools from the stained glass growing dimmer, more subdued. Soon someone would need to light the candles for evening prayers, assuming there were enough people to pray. Already he could hear footsteps on the path outside, the faithful arriving, expecting their vespers, expecting their choir, expecting Thomas Whitmore's voice to rise in psalm and carry their own prayers upward. Father Brown stepped out into the churchyard, into the cooling air of early evening. The sky had turned that particular shade of blue that exists only in autumn, deep and clear, with the first stars beginning to assert themselves against the fading day. The churchyard was a peaceful place, ordered rows of headstones marking the boundaries between the living and the dead, between memory and forgetting. An old yew tree stood sentinel near the gate, its branches spreading like benedictions, its roots certainly tangled with the bones of centuries. The village of Kembleford spread below the church, its houses and shops settling into their evening routines. Chimney smoke rose in lazy spirals. Somewhere a dog barked. The pub on the corner, the Lamb and Flag, glowed with warm light, its windows promising warmth and fellowship. Life continued, ordinary and precious, unaware that somewhere in its midst a small mystery had begun. Father Brown walked along the stone path that led around the church, his eyes scanning the ground with a detective's instinct disguised as a priest's wandering attention. Here, the gravel was disturbed. There, a footprint in the soft earth beside the path. A man's shoe, size 10 or so, pressed deep as if someone had been hurrying, or carrying something heavy. The path led past the old oak door that served as a side entrance to the church, rarely used except by the choir coming and going from practice. Father Brown paused, noticing that the door stood slightly ajar, its iron latch not quite caught. Another small thing, another thread in a pattern he couldn't yet see completely. He pushed the door open, stepping back into the church through this different entrance, and found himself in the small corridor that led to both the vestry and the bell tower. The stones here were rougher, less refined than in the nave. This was the working part of the church, the servants' entrance. If God's house could be said to have such divisions, the air smelled different here too, mustier, tinged with damp and old rope and that peculiar scent of ancient bells, metal and time combined. And there, on the floor, barely visible in the dimness, a scrap of paper. Father Brown bent, his knees protesting slightly. Age came to priests as surely as to sinners, and picked up the paper. It was torn, ragged along one edge, and covered with handwriting he recognised immediately. Thomas Whitmore's handwriting, cramped and precise, the letters formed with the care of a man who'd learned penmanship when such things mattered, when writing was considered a reflection of character. But he couldn't read what was written. The light was too poor, and his eyes, though sharp enough for observation, were not what they'd been 40 years ago. He pocketed the paper, making a mental note to examine it later by candlelight, and continued his circuit of the church. By the time he returned to the nave, others had arrived. Mrs. McCarthy, the housekeeper, her face creased with concern. Several choir members clutching their music folders, looking about uncertainly. Mr. Howick, the church treasurer, his thin frame nearly vibrating with some suppressed emotion, anxiety perhaps, or annoyance at the disruption of routine. "Father," Mrs. McCarthy said, her Irish accent softening the word into something almost melodic. "There's no sign of Thomas. His wife's been by. She hasn't seen him since this morning. She thought he'd come early to practice, as he always does." Father Brown nodded slowly, his round face thoughtful. "And the psalm book," he said, quietly. "The old one. It's missing as well." The words fell into the space between them like stones into still water, creating ripples of realization. Mr. Harrick's face, already pale, seemed to lose what little colour it had. The morning came to St. Mary's with the particular gentleness that October mornings possess in the English countryside. Mist clung to the churchyard, wrapping around the headstones like careful fingers, softening the edges of the world until everything seemed painted in watercolours rather than rendered in the harsh lines of reality. The sun, rising somewhere beyond the village, sent tentative rays through the vapour, turning the air itself into something luminous, something that belonged more to dream than to waking life. Father Brown had not slept well. This was not unusual. Priests, like doctors and mothers, became accustomed to broken sleep, to the demands of crisis that paid no attention to the clock. He'd spent much of the night in his small study, the scrap of paper from the church floor spread before him on his desk, illuminated by the steady flame of a single candle. The handwriting, Thomas Whitmore's careful script, had revealed itself slowly, reluctantly, as if the words themselves were shy of being read. What he'd discovered had troubled him deeply, though his face, as always, betrayed little of his inner turmoil. Father Brown had learned long ago that a priest's countenance must be like still water, reflecting what others needed to see, revealing depths only when necessary. Now, standing in the church kitchen, a surprisingly cosy room tucked behind the vestry, where Mrs. McCarthy held court over tea and salvation in roughly equal measures, he watched as the congregation began to gather. Not for service, not yet. The bishop had been notified of Thomas's disappearance, and the special vespers had been postponed. But word had spread through Kembleford with the speed that news always travelled in small villages, carried on the wings of concern and curiosity, of genuine worry mixed with that very human appetite for drama. Mrs. McCarthy moved about the kitchen with her usual efficiency, setting out cups and saucers with the precision of a general arranging troops. The kettle sang on the stove, that rising whistle that promised warmth and comfort and the peculiar magic that the English believed resided in properly brewed tea. The morning light, filtered through checkered curtains, cast a homely glow across the worn wooden table, the mismatched chairs, the shelf of jam jars and biscuit tins that represented Mrs. McCarthy's campaign against hunger and sorrow alike. "They're gathering like starlings," Mrs. McCarthy observed, her accent making the words sound almost musical. Couldn't keep them away with a stick, Father. Everyone wanting to know, everyone with their theories and their worries. Let them come, Father Brown said gently, settling himself into the chair by the window, a strategic position from which he could observe without seeming to do so. Worry shared is worry halved, they say, though I've always suspected it might also be worry doubled, depending on how many people are doing the sharing. Mrs. McCarthy smiled despite her concern, a quick flash of warmth that transformed her weathered face. She'd been keeping house for Father Brown for nearly 15 years now, long enough to know that his gentle humour was often the precursor to serious thought, that his mild observations frequently concealed sharp deductions. The first to arrive was Eleanor Whitmore, Thomas's wife, her face drawn with sleeplessness and fear. She was a small woman, made smaller by worry, her grey hair pulled back in a style that had been fashionable 20 years ago and had simply never changed. She wore a brown coat over her house dress, hastily buttoned, and her hands trembled slightly as she accepted the cup of tea that Mrs. McCarthy pressed into them. "Father," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might somehow make the situation more real, more terrible. "Thomas never came home. Not all night. It's not. He wouldn't. We've been married 42 years, Father, and he's never. Not once." Father Brown rose and guided her to a chair with gentle pressure on her elbow. "Sit, my dear Mrs. Whitmore. The tea is hot and sweet. Mrs. McCarthy's cure for all earthly troubles, and I've yet to see it fail entirely." Eleanor Whitmore sat, clutching the cup as if it were a talisman against despair. "He was himself yesterday morning," she continued, the words tumbling out now that she'd begun. "Ate his porridge, read the newspaper, complained about the rain and how it might affect his roses. He was worried about the evening service, of course. He always worried before a solo, even after 40 years in the choir. But that was normal worry, Father. The ordinary kind." "Did he mention the psalm book?" Father Brown asked, his tone casual, as if the question were merely a point of minor curiosity, rather than something that might illuminate the darkness surrounding Thomas's absence. Eleanor's brow furrowed, creating deep lines that spoke of a lifetime of concentration, of care. "The old one? The one from his great-grandfather's time?" "Yes, actually. He said—" What did he say? That he wanted to look at something in it. Some notation that one of the old choir masters had made. Thomas was always interested in the history of things, Father, always poking about in the archives, reading old vestry minutes, tracing the lineage of hymns. Before Father Brown could respond, the kitchen door opened again, admitting a gust of cool air and 3 more members of the choir. First came Albert Finch, a broad-shouldered man who sang bass with the solemnity of someone announcing the apocalypse. Behind him, Margaret Davis, the soprano whose voice could shatter the careful peace of any gathering, simply by existing at full volume, though she, herself, was a gentle soul who kept cats and grew lavender. And finally young Peter Walsh, barely 20, whose voice was still settling into its adult range, but who possessed an enthusiasm that compensated for what he lacked in polish. They arranged themselves around the kitchen like pieces in a puzzle, each finding their customary position, for even in moments of crisis, humans sought the comfort of familiar patterns. Albert took the chair nearest the stove, his bulk requiring warmth and stability. Margaret perched on the edge of the bench by the wall, her posture suggesting readiness to flee or fight as circumstances demanded. Peter remained standing near the door, shifting his weight from foot to foot, his youth making stillness nearly impossible. Mrs. McCarthy performed her tea-dispensing duties with the grace of long practice, and soon everyone held a cup, their hands occupied, their mouths given something to do besides speak the unspeakable. "I saw him Tuesday last," Albert Finch said, his bass voice rumbling through the kitchen like distant thunder. "After practice. He seemed distracted, kept looking at that old psalm book, running his fingers down the margins as if he were reading something none of the rest of us could see. He asked me about Mr. Harwick," Margaret Davis added, her voice for once modulated to a considerate volume. "Asked how long he'd been treasurer, whether I remembered anyone before him. Odd questions, I thought. But Thomas was always asking odd questions. He had a mind like a magpie, Father, always collecting bits and pieces of things." Peter Walsh, emboldened by the testimony of his elders, ventured his own observation. "He was counting something. Last week, during the hymn practice, I saw him with a notebook, making marks, doing sums. My mum does the same when she's working out the household accounts." Father Brown listened, his eyes half closed, his round face serene as a pond in summer. But behind that placid exterior, his mind was arranging these observations like notes in a musical score, finding the harmony hidden in apparent discord. Thomas had been investigating something. The psalm book was involved. Mr. Howick's name had come up, and there had been calculations, the kind one made with money. As if summoned by the mere mention of his name, and perhaps he had been, for small villages possessed their own form of telepathy, their own invisible networks of awareness. Mr. Howick appeared in the kitchen doorway. He was a thin man, all angles and nervous energy, dressed in a black suit that hung on his frame like it belonged to someone larger, someone more substantial. His face was narrow, dominated by spectacles that magnified eyes, already large with what might have been fear or might simply have been the perpetual anxiety of a man who counted other people's money. "Mrs. Whitmore," he said, his voice reedy, apologetic. "I heard about Thomas. Dreadful business. Simply dreadful. If there's anything the church can do. Anything at all." Eleanor Whitmore looked up from her tea, her expression difficult to read. Gratitude mixed with something else, something that might have been suspicion, or might simply have been the confusion of a woman whose world had tilted overnight. "Kind of you, Mr. Howick," she murmured. The treasurer moved into the kitchen with the hesitant steps of a man entering territory where he wasn't entirely certain of his welcome. He accepted tea from Mrs. McCarthy, his hands shaking slightly, causing the cup to rattle against the saucer in a nervous percussion. Father Brown watched him with the careful attention he might give to a passage of particularly complex scripture. Mr. Howick had been treasurer of St. Mary's for 7 years, appointed after the previous treasurer, old Mr. Pemberton, had died of a stroke while auditing the Christmas collection. It was not a glamorous position, nor a particularly powerful one, but it required trust. The church's finances, collections, donations, the funds for maintaining the building, for paying the organist, for supporting the mission work that extended St. Mary's influence beyond Kembleford, all passed through the treasurer's hands and ledgers. "Mr. Howick," Father Brown said, his tone conversational, gentle, the question emerging as naturally as breath. "When did you last see Thomas?" The treasurer started, tea sloshing dangerously close to the rim of his cup. "Me? Oh, let me think. Tuesday evening, I believe, after choir practice. We exchanged pleasantries, nothing more." "Did he seem troubled to you?" "Troubled?" Harwick's laugh was high, strained. "No more than usual. Thomas always seemed troubled before a performance. Perfectionist, you know. Wanted everything just so." "And the psalm book," Father Brown continued, his eyes now fully open, fixed on Harwick with a gaze that was somehow both mild and penetrating. "Did he mention it to you?" Harwick's face, already pale, seemed to lose what little colour it possessed. "The psalm book? No, why would he? It's just an old book, Father. Valuable, certainly, for its age, but..." "But," Father Brown prompted gently. "But nothing. I'm sure it will turn up. These things always do. Perhaps Thomas took it home to study. He was always doing that sort of thing, researching, looking into the history of the hymns." Harwick set down his cup with a clatter that spoke of nerves stretched thin. "If you'll excuse me, Father, I have work to do. The accounts won't balance themselves." He fled. There was no other word for it, leaving behind a silence that seemed to expand to fill the space he'd vacated. The choir members exchanged glances, the kind of wordless communication that came from years of singing together, of learning to breathe in unison, to sense each other's rhythms. "He's frightened," Margaret Davis said, stating what everyone had observed but none had wanted to voice. "Everyone's frightened," Father Brown replied, though his tone suggested he was making a distinction that the others might not have caught. "Fear comes in many varieties, Mrs. Davis. There's the fear of the unknown, the fear for a friend's safety, the fear of disruption to our comfortable routines. And then," he paused, sipping his tea, "then there's the fear of being discovered." The words hung in the air like incense, sweet and troubling, suggesting depths that the morning's gentle light could not penetrate. Eleanor Whitmore looked up sharply, her widow's intuition, for she was already thinking of herself as a widow. Father Brown could see it in her eyes, catching the implication. "Father, what are you saying?" But Father Brown only smiled, that mild, frustrating smile that gave away nothing and promised everything. I'm saying, my dear Mrs. Whitmore, that we must have faith. Faith that truth reveals itself, that mysteries unravel, that even in darkness there is light waiting to be found. Now, if you'll all excuse me, I believe I need to visit the church office. There are some ledgers I should examine. Purely routine, of course. A priest should know how his church's resources are being stewarded. He rose, placing his cup carefully on the table, and shuffled toward the door with his characteristic gait. Unhurried, unremarkable, the walk of a man going nowhere in particular. But those who knew him best, Mrs. McCarthy especially, recognised the set of his shoulders, the slight tightening around his eyes. Father Brown was on the scent of something, following a trail invisible to others, guided by that peculiar combination of faith and reason that made him both a shepherd of souls and a hunter of truths. Behind him, the kitchen settled back into its rhythms of comfort and concern, of tea and speculation. But the seed had been planted. Fear of being discovered. The words would grow in the soil of their collective consciousness, sending roots down into memory, branches up toward understanding. And somewhere in Kembleford, the truth waited, patient as a psalm, inevitable as vespers, ready to be sung. The church office occupied a small room on the ground floor of the rectory, a building that stood adjacent to St. Mary's like a faithful companion, its brick walls weathered to a soft rose grey, its windows gazing out upon the churchyard with the patient attention of an elderly relative watching children at play. The office itself was a study in organised chaos. Shelves lined with ledgers dating back to 1847, the year of the great reorganisation, when some energetic vicar had decided that God's business required the same meticulous record-keeping as any merchant's enterprise. Father Brown stood before these shelves now, in the mid-morning light that slanted through the window, illuminating dust motes that drifted like tiny souls seeking heaven. The room smelled of paper and ink, of leather bindings slowly surrendering to time, of the particular mustiness that accumulated in places where history was stored rather than lived. A large oak desk dominated the centre of the room, its surface buried beneath the detritus of church administration, collection envelopes, correspondence regarding the Harvest Festival, a half-written sermon on the virtue of patience that Father Brown had abandoned 3 days ago, when patience itself had eluded him. But it was the ledgers that interested him now. The financial records of St. Mary's, meticulously maintained, each entry a small prayer of accountability, each column a hymn to fiscal responsibility, or so they should have been. He pulled down the current year's ledger, its green cloth cover worn smooth by frequent handling, and carried it to the desk. The chair creaked as he settled into it. Everything in the office creaked, as if the furniture itself were old enough to have opinions about the passing years. He opened the ledger, his blunt fingers turning pages with surprising delicacy, his eyes scanning the neat columns of figures that Mr. Harrick's careful hand had inscribed. The parish finances of a small English church in 1923 were not complicated, but neither were they simple. There were the Sunday collections, of course, varying with the weather and the state of local commerce. There were donations, both regular and extraordinary, from parishioners whose generosity waxed and waned with their fortunes. There were the expected expenses, coal for heating, stipends for the organist and the sexton, repairs to the eternal roof that seemed determined to return, tile by tile, to the earth from which its materials had been quarried. Father Brown's mathematical skills were adequate to his purpose, though he would never claim brilliance in that realm. Numbers, he often thought, were like people. They told you what they wanted you to know and hid what they preferred to keep secret. The trick was not in reading what was written, but in noticing what was absent, what failed to add up not mathematically but logically, morally, spiritually. And something here did not add up. He sat back, his fingers steepled before his face, a gesture that Mrs. McCarthy would have recognised as indicating deep thought, the kind that preceded uncomfortable revelations. The collections, according to the ledger, had been declining for the past 3 years. Not dramatically, not in a way that would cause immediate alarm, but steadily, gradually, like a man losing weight so slowly that he doesn't notice until his clothes no longer fit. Yet Father Brown knew in the way that a shepherd knows his flock, that attendance had not declined. If anything, St. Mary's had seen a slight increase in its congregation as returning soldiers sought solace, as the world's recent wounds drove people toward the comfort of ritual and the promise of meaning beyond the mud and blood of the trenches. More people, less money, an interesting arithmetic. He rose and moved, to the window, needing to rest his eyes, to let his mind wander in that productive way that looked like idleness, but was actually a form of prayer. The churchyard spread below him, peaceful and permanent, its headstones marking the parish's history in granite and marble. There near the old yew tree was the Pemberton family plot, where the previous treasurer rested beneath a stone that praised his diligence and discretion. And there, beyond the hedge, he could see Thomas Whitmore's cottage, its garden still showing the last defiant blooms of autumn roses that Thomas had tended with the same care he'd given to his singing. Thomas, who had asked questions about the treasurer. Thomas, who had been examining the old psalm book with unusual intensity. Thomas, who had made calculations during choir practice. Father Brown turned back to the desk, but this time he reached for the older ledgers, pulling down volume after volume, spreading them across the desk like a monk illuminating manuscripts. 1920, 1919, 1918, the war years, when money had been tight but faith had been fervent. 1917, 1916. Back and back until he reached 1916, the year Mr. Howick had assumed his duties after Mr. Pemberton's sudden death. The handwriting changed in that volume, mid-year. Mr. Pemberton's script was old-fashioned, elaborate, each numeral decorated as if it were a matter of pride to make even bookkeeping beautiful. Mr. Howick's hand was efficient, plain, unremarkable, which was, Father Brown reflected, perhaps the point. Unremarkable was unmemorable. Unremarkable didn't attract attention. He began to compare figures year by year, tracking the ebb and flow of the church's finances the way a sailor might track tides, and slowly, like a photograph developing in a darkroom, a pattern emerged. Small amounts, never enough to be immediately obvious, had been, not exactly missing, but rather redistributed in ways that didn't quite make sense. A repair that cost slightly more than the invoice would suggest. A donation recorded as received but then somehow diminished by the time it appeared in the balance. Expenses for materials that seemed excessive when measured against what had actually been purchased or repaired. It was masterful in its way. The work of someone who understood that grand theft attracted grand attention, but that small consistent deviations might never be noticed at all. The river doesn't miss a single cup of water drawn from its flow, but draw a cup every day for 7 years, and you had enough water to drown in if you weren't careful. Father Brown closed the ledgers gently, as if they were sacred texts, which in a sense they were. They bore witness to human nature, to the slow corruption that crept in when opportunity met need, when trust met temptation. He thought of Mr. Howick's nervous hands, his frightened eyes, his hasty retreat from the kitchen this morning. A man carrying a burden, certainly, but was it the burden of guilt, or merely the burden of fear? He left the office and made his way through the rectory, past the sitting room where Mrs. McCarthy was engaged in her eternal battle against dust and disorder, past the small dining room with its table set for one, the lonely mathematics of bachelor priesthood, and out into the garden that separated the rectory from the church proper. The day had warmed slightly, the mist burned away by a sun that seemed surprised by its own strength this late in October. The garden, Mrs. McCarthy's other dominion, showed the beginnings of autumn's decline, the roses dropping their petals, the herbs going to seed, the vegetable patch yielding its last reluctant offerings. But there was beauty in the decline, Father Brown thought. Beauty in the acceptance of seasons, in the knowledge that death was merely transformation, that endings were also always beginnings. He walked to the church, entering through the main door this time, stepping from bright daylight into the cool dimness of the nave. His eyes took a moment to adjust, and in that moment of blindness, he was aware of the church as a living thing, breathing around him, holding its centuries of prayers like moisture in its stones, whispering its history through the creak of ancient wood and the whisper of air moving through spaces that had sheltered generations of doubt and faith, sin and redemption. The psalm book. He needed to understand why Thomas had taken it, what Thomas had hoped to find within its pages. The book itself was a treasure, of course. Bound in 1847, the leather worked by craftsmen who had believed that even the housing of God's word deserved artistry. It contained not just psalms, but the accumulated wisdom of every choir master who had served St. Mary's since its binding, their annotations filling the margins, their interpretations layered like geological strata, each generation adding its voice to the eternal song. Thomas Whitmore as a boy had sung from that book, his grandfather before him, his great-grandfather, who had been present at the book's dedication, had been one of the first to hold it, to turn its pages with hands calloused from work but gentle with reverence. Father Brown made his way to the vestry, that small room where sacred and mundane intersected, where the mystery of transformation happened every Sunday as ordinary men and women donned robes and became for a few hours the voice of angels. The table where the psalm book had rested stood against the wall, its surface still showing that rectangular absence, that ghost of dust where the book had been. He knelt, his knees protesting again, reminding him that even priests were subject to the tyranny of aging joints, and examined the floor beneath the table. And there, caught between two floorboards, he found what he was looking for, a scrap of paper, smaller than the one he'd discovered yesterday, but clearly torn from the same source. This fragment bore only numbers, a date, October 15th, 3 weeks ago, and beside it, a figure, 120th end. Father Brown sat back on his heels, the paper held carefully between thumb and forefinger, as if it might disintegrate like a butterfly's wing under too much pressure. £127, a substantial sum. Not a fortune, but more than most working men in Kembleford earned in a year. What had happened on October 15th? What transaction had involved such an amount? He closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the church calendar, the rhythm of parish life. October 15th. The Harvest Festival auction, of course, the annual event where parishioners donated goods and services to be sold, the proceeds supporting the church's mission work. It had been, by all accounts, a successful year. The war's end had left people both grateful and generous, eager to celebrate survival, to invest in hope. Father Brown recalled the event vaguely. He'd been there, naturally, had blessed the proceedings, had watched with bemused affection as Mrs. Henderson's jam had sparked a bidding war between rival factions of the Women's Institute. The final tally, announced by Mr. Harwick with evident satisfaction, had been, what, £100, 110, not 127. The discrepancy was small enough to be attributed to faulty memory, to the confusion of a busy day. But Thomas Whitmore had not been a man of faulty memory. Thomas had been precise, careful, the kind of singer who counted beats and noticed when others rushed the tempo. If Thomas had written down 127, then 127 had been collected, which meant that somewhere between the collection and the recorded deposit, money had evaporated, or rather, had been redirected, had flowed from the stream of church finances into some other channel, some pocket or account that was not meant to receive it. Father Brown stood, his knees crackling like the voice of conscience, and moved to the small cabinet where the vestry supplies were kept. Here, behind the spare candles and the communion wine, was another ledger, the informal one that the choirmaster kept, recording attendance at practice, noting who needed extra help with their parts, tracking the music library with its ancient collection of hymns and psalms. He opened it, turning pages until he found the entries from recent weeks. And there, in Thomas's neat hand, were notes that had nothing to do with music. Dates and amounts, small calculations, question marks indicating uncertainty or suspicion. Thomas had been tracking something, comparing figures, doing exactly what Father Brown himself had just done in the church office. Thomas had discovered the discrepancies, had noticed what should have been invisible, had asked the questions that made Mr. Harwick so nervous. And Thomas, being Thomas, righteous, perhaps too righteous, certain of the clarity that divided right from wrong, had decided to act. The psalm book. Why take the psalm book? Father Brown closed the choirmaster's ledger and stood very still, letting his mind work in that sideways fashion that had solved more mysteries than direct confrontation ever had. The book was old, valuable, but not irreplaceable. Its loss would be noted, mourned, but the church would survive. Unless the book itself was not the point. Unless the book was merely a container, a hiding place, a means of concealing something else. He thought of Thomas's great-grandfather, present at the book's binding, thought of the tradition, common in Victorian times, of tucking personal items into book bindings, letters, locks of hair, small treasures meant to endure beyond a single lifetime. What if Thomas had hidden his evidence inside the psalm book itself? What if the book was not stolen but rather rescued, kept safe until Thomas could present his findings in a way that could not be ignored or explained away? The afternoon light was changing now, that slow slide toward evening that happened earlier and earlier as autumn progressed toward winter. Father Brown felt the weight of knowledge settling upon him, that familiar burden of understanding that came before proof, that moment when intuition insisted it knew the truth even if evidence remained elusive. Thomas Whitmore had discovered embezzlement, had documented it carefully, perhaps even confronted the embezzler or threatened to expose him, and then Thomas had disappeared, taking the proof with him, hidden within the one object in the church that represented continuity, tradition, the long memory of faith itself. Father Brown moved through the church one more time, his footsteps echoing softly, his presence a small warmth in the growing coolness of evening. He paused before the statue of the Virgin Mary, her worn face still holding that expression of infinite compassion, of understanding that encompassed both sin and redemption. "Where is he?" Father Brown whispered to her, though he expected no answer beyond what his own conscience might provide. Where has Thomas gone, and what did he hope to accomplish? The statue, as statues will, remained silent, but in that silence Father Brown heard what he needed to hear. The quiet voice of reason, of compassion, of the understanding that even the righteous could make fatal mistakes, that confronting evil required not just courage but wisdom, and that sometimes the difference between justice and tragedy was nothing more than timing, than the careful balance between exposure and safety. He would need to find Thomas, and he would need to find him soon, before righteousness met its inevitable consequence, before the psalm that Thomas had hoped to sing became instead a requiem. The morning arrived wrapped in cold, the kind of cold that October sometimes conjures as a rehearsal for winter's true bite. Frost had settled over Kembleford during the night, transforming the ordinary world into something crystalline and strange, as if God had decided to illuminate every blade of grass, every spider's web, every fallen leaf with diamonds borrowed from some celestial treasury. The air itself seemed to shimmer, each breath visible, each exhalation a small ghost departing into the brightening sky. Father Brown had risen early, earlier even than his usual habit, driven by a restlessness that prayer had failed to quiet. He'd spent the night in his study, surrounded by ledgers and notes, piecing together the story of money that flowed where it shouldn't, of trust betrayed in increments so small that each alone seemed meaningless, but together formed a portrait of deliberate, sustained theft. The evidence was circumstantial, suggestive rather than conclusive, but Father Brown's experience with human nature told him that where there was smoke of this particular character, fire invariably followed. Now, standing at his window as dawn broke over the village, he watched the world wake. Chimney smoke began to rise from cottages, straight columns in the still air before dispersing into nothingness. The baker's boy appeared on his bicycle, his breath preceding him in clouds, his wheels leaving dark tracks through the frost-whitened streets. Life continued, ordinary and precious, unaware that somewhere in its midst a small tragedy was unfolding, with the inevitability of autumn turning to winter. Mrs. McCarthy appeared with tea, her presence announced by the gentle rattle of cup against saucer, the whisper of her skirts, the indefinable sense of purposeful movement that characterized her every action. She set the cup on Father Brown's desk without comment, though her eyes took in the scattered papers, the untouched bed visible through the open door to his room, the evidence of a night spent in contemplation rather than rest. "You've not slept," she observed, her tone managing to convey both statement and accusation, concern and resignation. "Sleep is overrated," Father Brown replied mildly, wrapping his hands around the cup, grateful for its warmth. "Besides, I've been thinking." "Dangerous occupation, thinking," Mrs. McCarthy said, but her voice held affection beneath the tartness, "particularly when it keeps a man from his bed. You'll be wanting breakfast, I suppose, since you're determined to greet the day looking like something the cat wouldn't bother dragging in." "You flatter me, Mrs. McCarthy. I'd hoped for something the cat might at least consider." She snorted, a sound that might have been laughter, or might simply have been the eternal exasperation of housekeepers confronted with the impractical nature of their charges. But she departed to see about breakfast, leaving Father Brown alone with his tea and his thoughts. which was, he reflected, sometimes the greatest kindness that could be offered. He drank slowly, watching the light change as the sun climbed higher, burning away the frost's delicate artistry, returning the world to its ordinary state. Somewhere in that world, Thomas Whitmore was either hiding or hiding something, had either chosen to disappear or been forced into absence. Either way, the time for waiting had passed. Father Brown had never been a man of dramatic action. His battles were fought in confessionals and quiet conversations. His weapons were patience and understanding rather than confrontation. But neither was he a man who could stand idle while others suffered. He dressed warmly, his black coat, his scarf, his sensible hat that Mrs. McCarthy claimed made him look like a mushroom but which kept his head warm, which was, after all, the point. By the time he descended to breakfast, a plan had formed in his mind, not fully developed but sufficient to guide his first steps. The meal was silent, broken only by the small sounds of cutlery against china, the rustle of the newspaper that Father Brown made a show of reading while actually seeing nothing of its printed words. His mind was elsewhere, tracing paths through possibility, following threads of logic and intuition toward conclusions he both dreaded and anticipated. "I'll be out for some time today," he told Mrs. McCarthy as he prepared to leave. "If Mr. Howick should call, tell him I'm visiting parishioners, which will be true after a fashion." "And if Mrs. Whitmore calls?" Father Brown paused at the door, his hand on the knob, his round face suddenly heavy with the weight of what he knew and what he feared. "Tell her I'm praying for Thomas, which is also true, always true." The churchyard was quiet when he entered it, the frost still clinging to the shaded areas beneath the yew tree, in the spaces between headstones where the sun's reach failed. His breath preceded him in clouds as he walked the familiar paths, past markers he knew by heart, past the resting places of generations who had lived and died and been remembered or forgotten according to the fickle nature of human memory. He was not entirely certain what he was looking for. Intuition had brought him here, that sense that sometimes guided his steps more surely than reason could. The church rose to his left, its stone walls solid and enduring, its windows dark this early in the morning, waiting for the sun to reach the angle that would set them glowing. To his right, the churchyard extended toward the hedge that marked the boundary between sacred ground and the world beyond, between the dead's rest and the living's labour. And there, near the far corner, where the old oak tree spread its branches like a benediction over a cluster of modest graves, Father Brown saw something that made him stop, that sent a chill through him, unrelated to the morning's cold, a disturbance in the frost. Not footprints exactly, but rather a trail, as if something had been dragged, as if the earth itself had been disturbed recently enough that the frost had not fully settled, had formed in uneven patterns that caught the light differently than the undisturbed areas surrounding it. Father Brown moved closer, his heart suddenly loud in his ears, his breath coming faster. The trail led from the oak tree toward one of the older sections of the churchyard, where graves from the previous century huddled together, their stones weathered to near illegibility, their occupants long past living memory. And there, partially obscured by the oak's thick trunk, lying in a position that suggested both rest and abandonment, was Thomas Whitmore. For a moment, Father Brown simply stood, his mind refusing to process what his eyes were seeing, his faith and his reason engaged in sudden, fierce conflict. Then training took over, the calm that came from decades of standing at deathbeds, of offering last rites, of bearing witness to the end of life in all its forms. He approached quickly now, kneeling beside Thomas's still form, his hand reaching automatically for the pulse point at the neck, even as his eyes took in details that spoke their own terrible truth. Thomas lay on his back, his face peaceful, almost serene, his eyes closed as if he'd simply chosen to rest here among the dead he would soon join. His hands were folded across his chest, and beneath them, clutched with the determination that even death had not released, was the psalm book. The old leather was dark with frost, its pages swollen with moisture, but it was unmistakably the missing volume, returned to the church grounds if not to its proper place. Thomas's coat was buttoned carefully, his scarf arranged with precision, everything about his presentation suggesting, what? Care? A final dignity? Or perhaps something else, something that made Father Brown's trained eye narrow with suspicion. He touched Thomas's face, found it cold as the frost around them, cold with the particular absence of warmth that marked not recent death, but death that had occurred hours ago, perhaps as long as a day. The body was stiff, resistant, the beginning of rigor mortis already passed through its peak and starting to release, which suggested even longer. Thomas had been here all night, perhaps since the evening of his disappearance, lying beneath the oak tree while Kembleford slept, while his wife worried, while Father Brown puzzled over ledgers and theories. But the position troubled Father Brown. The careful arrangement, the folded hands, the psalm book placed just so. People did not die like this naturally. This was staging, the work of someone who wanted to convey a particular message, or perhaps to obscure a particular truth. Father Brown had seen enough death to know that it rarely came with such neat composition, that the body's final moments were typically marked by struggle or surrender, by reaching or release, not by this peaceful tableau that seemed almost theatrical in its perfection. He began to examine Thomas more carefully now, looking for signs of violence, for marks that might tell the story of how life had departed. There, at the back of the head, his fingers found it before his eyes could see it. A swelling, a place where the skull gave slightly under gentle pressure. A blow, then, delivered from behind with force enough to stun or kill. The frost had preserved the injury, had kept the swelling from spreading in the way it would have in warmer conditions, which was perhaps a mercy, or perhaps simply another small irony in a situation already thick with them. Father Brown sat back on his heels, his hand still resting on Thomas's shoulder, a gesture of comfort offered too late but offered nonetheless. Around them, the churchyard was beginning to wake, the frost retreating before the sun's advance, the world returning to its ordinary colours and textures. A blackbird called from the hedge, its song piercing and sweet, oblivious to the tragedy at Father Brown's feet. Or perhaps not oblivious. Perhaps the bird sang because that was what birds did, because life continued even in the presence of death, because beauty persisted despite horror. The psalm book. Father Brown gently loosened Thomas's grip, careful to disturb the body as little as possible, mindful that the police would need to see things as they were. The leather was icy beneath his fingers, the pages stiff with cold and moisture. He opened it carefully, turning pages that crackled with frost, looking for what? Evidence? Proof? Some final message that Thomas had meant to deliver? And there, tucked between pages 47 and 48, right at Psalm 23, "The Lord is my shepherd," he found them. Papers, folded multiple times to fit within the book's pages, covered with Thomas's careful handwriting. Columns of numbers, dates, calculations. A complete accounting of Mr. Hurrick's embezzlement, documented with the precision of a man who had spent 40 years as a clerk before retirement, had granted him time for choir practice and rose gardens. Father Brown extracted the papers carefully, tucking them inside his coat close to his heart where the warmth of his body would begin to dry them, to preserve them. Evidence now, testimony from beyond death. Thomas's final act of witness against the sin that had ultimately cost him his life. He looked down at Thomas's face again, at the peace that death had granted, and felt the familiar mixture of sorrow and anger that accompanied such moments. Thomas had been righteous, had seen wrong and sought to correct it, had followed the dictates of conscience with the same faithful precision he'd brought to his singing. And righteousness had led him here, to this cold ground, to this lonely death beneath the oak tree, to this final silence that no choir could break. "I'm sorry," Father Brown whispered, his voice rough with emotion he rarely allowed to surface. "I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner, didn't understand quickly enough. You deserved better, Thomas. You deserved justice, not this." But Thomas, of course, made no reply. The dead were beyond consolation, beyond apology, beyond everything except memory and the prayers of those who remained. Father Brown closed his eyes, beginning the familiar words of blessing, the ritual of commendation that would send Thomas's soul toward whatever mercy awaited beyond this world's failures. When he finished, when the prayers had been offered and accepted or lost to the morning air according to whatever divine accounting governed such things, Father Brown stood. His knees protested, his back ached, his heart was heavy with knowledge and sorrow. But there was work to be done still, justice to be pursued, truth to be spoken even when speaking it would bring pain. He walked back through the churchyard, moving more quickly now, his shuffle transformed into something approaching urgency. The frost was almost gone, melted away as if it had never existed, as if the morning's crystalline beauty had been merely a dream. But Thomas remained, would remain until the police came, until the official machinery of investigation and documentation began its inexorable process. Father Brown found himself at the church door, his hand on the ancient wood, and paused. Inside, the silence waited, that particular quality of sacred silence that had troubled him 2 days ago when Thomas had failed to appear for Vespers. Now he understood that silence differently, heard in it the echo of violence, the whisper of betrayal, the quiet testament of a man who had tried to do right and had paid the ultimate price. He entered, stepping from bright cold into dim cold, from the world of evidence and bodies into the world of faith and mystery. The two worlds, he had long ago learned, were not separate but intertwined, each illuminating the other, each necessary for complete understanding. God existed in the details of human sin as much as in the glory of human virtue. Truth was found in ledgers as surely as in liturgy. Moving through the nave, Father Brown made his way to the telephone in the church office, that modern intrusion into ancient space that nonetheless proved useful at moments like these. He would call the police, of course. Constable Williams would come, efficient and well-meaning if not particularly imaginative. There would be questions, procedures, the slow grinding of official inquiry. But before that, before the machinery began its work, Father Brown needed to speak with someone else, someone who had been frightened yesterday, whose hands had shaken as he held his teacup, whose face had lost what little colour it possessed when the psalm book was mentioned. Mr. Harwick would be at the church office now, or soon, attending to his duties with the faithfulness that characterised even the corrupt, even those whose sins were slowly destroying what they pretended to serve, and Father Brown would be waiting, with evidence in his coat, with knowledge in his heart, with mercy and justice held in careful balance like voices in a choir seeking harmony. The sun continued to rise, indifferent to human drama, faithful to its ancient pattern. The frost continued to melt, returning to the earth, as water, as blessing, as the substance of life itself. And in the churchyard beneath the oak tree, Thomas Whitmore rested in the peace that had been denied him in his final hours, waiting for justice to catch up with truth, for mercy to encompass even tragedy. Father Brown picked up the telephone, his finger steady as he dialed, his voice calm as he reported what needed to be reported. And then, the call completed, the wheels set in motion, he sat in the chair by the window and waited, his hands folded in his lap, his round face serene with the knowledge that sometimes the hardest part of faith was not believing in God's justice, but in delivering it through the imperfect instruments of human hands. The police came with the efficiency of routine, though there was nothing routine about finding a body in St. Mary's churchyard. Constable Williams arrived first, his bicycle clattering to a stop against the churchyard gate, his young face already set in the expression of official gravity that policemen learned early and wore like armour against the sorrows they encountered. Behind him, within the hour, came Inspector Davies from the county seat, a man of middle years and middle height, unremarkable in every way except for his eyes, which held the patient intelligence of someone who had learned that truth revealed itself slowly, like photographs developing in darkness. Father Brown met them at the gate, his round face grave, his manner calm in that way that some mistook for callousness, but which was actually the product of faith, the understanding that death, while sorrowful, was not the end, merely a transition. He led them to the oak tree, to Thomas Whitmore's body, which lay exactly as Father Brown had left it, untouched, waiting for official acknowledgement of its tragedy. Inspector Davies knelt as Father Brown had knelt, his hands careful as they examined, his eyes sharp as they catalogued details. The position of the body, the folded hands, the psalm book, all of it received his attention, his professional assessment. Constable Williams stood nearby, his notebook out, his pencil poised, ready to record observations in the abbreviated language of police reports. "Blow to the head," Davies murmured, his fingers exploring the injury Father Brown had already found. Recent, within the last day or two. The colds preserved him, made it harder to determine exact time, but I'd say... He paused, considering. "I'd say he's been here since Wednesday evening at least, possibly longer." Wednesday evening. The night Thomas had disappeared after taking the psalm book. The night vespers had gone unsung. The night worry had begun its slow spread through the congregation. "The position troubles me," Father Brown said quietly, his voice pitched for Davies's ears alone, though Constable Williams was close enough to hear if he chose. "Men don't arrange themselves so neatly after receiving blows to the head, Inspector. Someone placed him here, folded his hands, positioned the book just so." Davies glanced up sharply, his eyes meeting Father Brown's, recognition passing between them. The recognition of kindred minds, of two men who understood that surfaces concealed depths, that the obvious answer was rarely the complete answer. "You think he was killed elsewhere and brought here?" "I think someone wanted us to find him this way," Father Brown replied. "Someone wanted to send a particular message, or perhaps to obscure a particular truth beneath a veneer of, what would you call it? Dignity? Respect? Perhaps even remorse." The inspector stood, brushing frost from his knees, his expression thoughtful. "You know something, Father. I can see it in your face. Best tell me now, before this gets more complicated than it needs to be." Father Brown reached inside his coat, withdrawing the papers he'd found tucked within the psalm book's pages. They were warmer now, dried somewhat by proximity to his body, but still bore the evidence of their cold storage. Wrinkled, slightly damp, precious as any document that bore witness to truth. He handed them to Davies without comment, letting the evidence speak for itself. The inspector unfolded them carefully, his eyes scanning the columns of numbers, the dates, the calculations that Thomas had compiled with such meticulous care. His face remained professionally neutral, but Father Brown saw the slight tightening around his eyes, the subtle shift in posture that indicated understanding, recognition of what these papers represented. "Embezzlement," Davies said flatly. "Someone's been stealing from the church. Small amounts spread over—" He flipped through the pages. "Over 7 years. Very careful, very methodical. Who keeps the church accounts, Father?" "Mr. Harwick. Gerald Harwick. He's been treasurer since 1916, after Mr. Pemberton passed away suddenly." Father Brown paused, choosing his words with care. "I believe Thomas discovered the discrepancies, began investigating on his own. He was that sort of man, Inspector. Righteous, perhaps too righteous, the kind who saw sin and felt compelled to expose it, to bring it into the light. And Mr. Harwick is at the church office, I believe. Or he should be. It's Thursday. He always works on the accounts Thursday mornings, preparing the weekly report for the parish council." Father Brown's voice was gentle, sorrowful. "He's a nervous man, Inspector. Has been more so recently. I noticed it particularly yesterday, when Thomas's disappearance became general knowledge. He was frightened, though of course I didn't fully understand why at the time." Davies folded the papers carefully, tucking them into his own coat pocket. Evidence now, part of an official investigation. "We'll need to speak with him. And with Mrs. Whitmore, of course. She should be told, though I don't imagine there's any gentle way to deliver such news." "I'll accompany you to Mrs. Whitmore," Father Brown offered. "She's a woman of faith. But faith doesn't make grief any easier to bear. She'll need comfort, and I'm afraid your comfort and mine serve different purposes, Inspector. You bring answers. I bring—" He paused, searching for the right word. "I bring the promise that answers, even terrible ones, are not the end of the story." They left Constable Williams to guard the body, a lonely vigil in the churchyard but necessary, and made their way through Kembleford's waking streets. The village had shaken off its frost and was going about its business with the determined cheerfulness of a community that had survived a war and believed itself capable of surviving anything else the world might throw at it. The grocer was arranging apples in his window display. The postman was making his rounds, his bag heavy with letters and parcels. 2 children raced past, laughing, their voices bright as bells, innocent of tragedy. Mrs. Whitmore's cottage stood at the edge of the village, its garden still showing Thomas's careful attention, the roses he'd tended now heavy with frost-blackened blooms that would never recover. Father Brown knocked gently, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what he was about to deliver, the news that would transform Eleanor Whitmore from wife to widow, from hopeful to bereaved. She opened the door with hope in her eyes, hope that faded instantly when she saw their faces, Father Brown's sorrow and Inspector Davies's professional gravity. She knew before they spoke. Wives always knew, Father Brown had learned. Some knowledge transcended words. existed in the space between hearts that had beaten in rhythm for 42 years. "Thomas," she whispered, the word barely audible, and Father Brown caught her elbow as she swayed, guided her to the chair in her small sitting room, sat beside her as Davies delivered the official news in his official way, kind but distant, informative but not intimate. She wept quietly, her hands clutching a handkerchief that had probably been Thomas's once, her face crumpling with grief, but her voice remaining steady as she answered Davies's questions. Yes, Thomas had been troubled recently. Yes, he'd been spending time with the church records, the old psalm book. No, he hadn't told her everything. Thomas had a way of keeping things to himself until he was certain, until he could present his findings with the confidence of complete knowledge. "Did he mention Mr. Harwick?" Davies asked gently. Eleanor looked up, her eyes red but clear, sharp with the understanding of someone who had put pieces together even in the midst of sorrow. He said Gerald was a weak man. Not evil, Thomas insisted on that. Weak. Tempted beyond his ability to resist, and then trapped by his own weakness. Unable to confess, unable to stop. Thomas felt sorry for him, I think, even as he prepared to expose him. She dabbed at her eyes. That was Thomas, always seeing the humanity in people, even in those who had sinned. Father Brown felt something twist in his chest, a recognition of the particular tragedy that unfolded when good people encountered evil and failed to understand its capacity for self-preservation, its willingness to destroy rather than be destroyed. Thomas had felt sorry for Harwick, had perhaps even approached him with compassion, with an offer of redemption through confession. And Harwick, panicked, desperate, had responded not with gratitude but with violence. They left Eleanor in the care of a neighbour who had appeared as neighbours always did in small villages, summoned by some invisible network of awareness and obligation. Father Brown and Inspector Davies walked back toward the church, the morning now fully established, the sun bright, the air warming, the world continuing its indifferent rotation. "We'll need to question Harwick," Davies said, carefully. "If he killed Thomas, if he's capable of violence, we don't want to spook him into doing something desperate." "Gerald Harwick is already desperate," Father Brown replied quietly. "Has been for 7 years, I suspect. Desperation makes people capable of terrible things, Inspector. Not because they're evil, necessarily, but because they're trapped, because they've made one wrong choice and then another, each decision narrowing their options until violence seems like the only door left open." They found Harwick exactly where Father Brown had predicted, in the church office, surrounded by ledgers and papers, his thin frame hunched over the desk like a question mark awaiting its answer. He looked up as they entered, his face already pale but going paler still when he saw Inspector Davies's uniform, the official gravity of his presence. "Mr. Harwick," Davies began, his voice neutral, professional, "we need to speak with you about Thomas Whitmore. Perhaps you'd better sit down." But Harwick was already standing, his hands fluttering nervously, his eyes darting between Father Brown and the inspector, like a trapped bird seeking escape. I was just finishing the weekly accounts. The parish council meets this evening, they'll want the report." "The accounts can wait," Father Brown said gently, moving to close the office door to create privacy for what was about to unfold. "Gerald, Thomas has been found, in the churchyard. I'm very sorry, but he's dead." The words fell into the space between them like stones into water, creating ripples that spread outward, touching everything. Harwick's face went through a series of expressions. Shock, certainly, but beneath it something else. Relief, fear, guilt. Perhaps all three tangled together like threads that could no longer be separated. "Dead?" Harwick's voice was barely a whisper. "But how? When? Was it his heart? Thomas was always so healthy, but hearts fail. They fail suddenly sometimes." "It wasn't his heart," Inspector Davies said, his eyes fixed on Harwick with the steady attention of a man trained to read faces, to see beyond words to the truths that lay beneath. "Someone struck him from behind, Mr. Harwick. Someone killed him." Harwick collapsed into his chair, his legs apparently unable to support him any longer. His hands shook violently now, beyond his ability to control, and he clutched the desk's edge as if it were the only solid thing in a world that had suddenly lost all stability. Killed? But who would... Thomas was... Everyone liked Thomas. Father Brown moved closer, his voice soft, his manner gentle despite the terrible knowledge he carried. "Gerald, Thomas discovered the discrepancies in the accounts. He documented them carefully, compiled evidence. He was planning to expose the embezzlement. He paused, letting the words settle. You knew that, didn't you? Thomas came to you, perhaps gave you a chance to confess, to make things right, and you panicked. No. The word was automatic, defensive, but even as Harwick spoke it, his face betrayed him, crumpling with the weight of truth too heavy to bear alone. No, I didn't. I couldn't. You don't understand. Then help us understand, Father Brown said, sitting in the chair across from Harwick, his posture open, receptive, the priest now rather than the investigator. Tell us what happened, Gerald. Tell us how you came to this place, this terrible moment, because I believe you didn't start here, didn't set out to steal or to kill. I believe you made small choices, wrong choices, and they accumulated until you couldn't see any way forward except through more wrong choices. Harwick's face worked, emotions playing across it like clouds across sky. Fear, shame, relief, despair, all churning together. His hands twisted in his lap, and when he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse, broken, the voice of a man who had been carrying an impossible burden and was finally, terribly, allowed to set it down. It started so small, he whispered. My wife. She was ill. Cancer. The treatments. They cost so much, and my salary was never enough. Never quite enough. I borrowed from the collection just a few pounds. I told myself I'd pay it back, that it was merely a loan, that God would understand. But then she needed more treatments, and then she died anyway, and I hadn't paid back the first amount, and I thought just a bit more, just enough to clear the funeral costs, just enough to settle the debts her illness had created. He was weeping now, tears streaming down his face unchecked, his thin body shaking with the force of confession. And then it became easier to take a little here, a little there, easier to justify it, to tell myself the church could afford it, that I deserved something after all my faithful service, after all I'd lost. 7 years, Father. 7 years of small thefts, of covering my tracks, of living with the fear that someone would notice, would see what I'd done. And Thomas noticed, Father Brown said gently. Harwick nodded miserably. He came to me Wednesday evening, after everyone else had left. He had the psalm book with him, showed me the papers he'd hidden inside. He documented everything, Father, every discrepancy, every missing pound. He said, Harwick's voice broke, he said he was giving me one chance to confess to you, to the parish council, to make restitution however I could. He said he would stand with me, help me through it, that confession and repentance were the path to redemption. But you didn't take that chance, Inspector Davies said, his voice harder now, the compassion receding before the necessity of justice. I panicked, Harwick whispered. I saw my entire life collapsing, saw myself disgraced, imprisoned, destroyed. I saw only darkness ahead, no path forward except ruin, and I struck him. There was a candlestick on the table, brass, heavy. I didn't plan it, didn't think. I just reached for it and swung, and Thomas fell. The confession hung in the air, terrible and final. Father Brown closed his eyes briefly, offering a silent prayer for Thomas, for Gerald, for all the human weakness and tragedy that had led to this moment. When he opened them again, Inspector Davies was already standing, his hand moving toward the handcuffs at his belt, the machinery of justice beginning its inexorable work. He was still alive, Harwick continued, the words tumbling out now as if confession, once begun, could not be stopped. He was breathing, unconscious but alive, and I should have helped him, called for help, tried to save him, but I didn't. I took the psalm book, took the papers, and I carried him to the churchyard. I don't know what I thought, that it would look like he'd fallen perhaps, that the cold would obscure what had happened. I arranged him carefully, tried to make it look peaceful, dignified. I thought maybe that would count for something, that gentleness, that final respect. It counts for very little, Inspector Davies said quietly, when weighed against murder. Father Brown stood, his heart heavy with the sorrow of understanding, of seeing how sin multiplied itself, how one wrong choice led to another until a basically decent man, for he believed Harwick had been basically decent once, became capable of taking a life. Gerald, he said softly, Thomas was right about one thing. Confession is the path to redemption. It won't undo what you've done, won't bring Thomas back. But it's a beginning, a hard beginning, but the only one left to you now. Harwick nodded, his face a mask of devastated acceptance, and held out his hands for the handcuffs that Davies applied with professional efficiency. As they led him from the office, through the church, out into the bright morning that seemed to mock the darkness of human failing, Father Brown followed, a small round figure bearing witness to tragedy, to justice, to the terrible and necessary consequences of sin. The church stood silent behind them, its stones holding their secrets, its windows reflecting light, its bells quiet in their tower. But somewhere in that silence Father Brown felt sure there was also grace. Grace for Thomas, whose righteousness had led him to death but whose death had led to truth. Grace even for Gerald Harwick, whose weakness had destroyed him, but whose confession had perhaps begun the long journey toward whatever redemption might await beyond justice, beyond punishment, beyond this life's failures. The morning continued, indifferent and beautiful, faithful to its ancient pattern. And Father Brown, watching Harwick being led away, felt the familiar weight of his calling, to stand in the space between sin and grace, between justice and mercy, between the human failing and the divine forgiveness that somehow mysteriously encompassed even this. The afternoon settled over Kembleford with the weight of autumn rain, though no rain fell. The sky had turned the colour of pewter, heavy and close, pressing down upon the village as if the heavens themselves were contemplating what had transpired below and finding it sorrowful. The air held that peculiar stillness that preceded storms, when even the birds fell silent, when the world seemed to hold its breath waiting for something, release perhaps, or judgment, or simply the cleansing that came with water falling from clouds. Father Brown stood in his study, watching the light fade earlier than it should, stolen by the gathering clouds. Behind him, the fire crackled in the grate, Mrs. McCarthy's doing, her way of providing comfort when words failed. She'd brought tea as well, set it on his desk with her usual efficiency, but it sat untouched, growing cold, a small mirror of the coldness Father Brown felt settling in his own heart. Gerald Harwick sat in the constable's office now, awaiting transport to the county jail, awaiting the formal machinery of justice that would grind forward with inexorable patience. Inspector Davies had been thorough, professional, kind within the constraints of his duty. The evidence was overwhelming: Harwick's confession, Thomas's documented proof of embezzlement, the terrible arithmetic of motive and opportunity that added up to murder with the certainty of a mathematical proof, and yet Father Brown found no satisfaction in the solution, no sense of completion. He'd solved the mystery, yes, had brought truth to light, had ensured that Thomas Whitmore's death would not go unavenged. But the cost of that truth sat heavy on his soul, pressed against his heart with the weight of all the small tragedies that comprised human existence. A knock at the door interrupted his contemplation. Mrs. McCarthy's voice soft with unusual hesitation. "Father, Mr. Harwick's asking for you. Says he needs to make confession before they take him away. Inspector Davies says it's allowed if you're willing." Father Brown turned from the window, his round face composed despite the turmoil beneath. "Of course I'm willing. Tell the inspector I'll come within the hour. And Mrs. McCarthy—" He paused, seeing the worry in her eyes, the concern that came from years of service, from knowing him perhaps better than he knew himself. "Thank you for the tea, and for the fire, and for everything." She nodded, her expression softening, and withdrew, leaving him alone with his thoughts, with the weight of what was to come. Confession was sacred, protected by laws both divine and human, a space where truth could be spoken without fear of earthly consequence. What Harwick told him in confession could never be revealed, never be used against him, never enter the world beyond the private space between priest and penitent. It was, Father Brown had always believed, one of the Church's greatest gifts, the promise of a listening ear, of absolution if genuine repentance accompanied the confession, of God's mercy mediated through human compassion. But it was also, he reflected, one of the hardest burdens a priest could bear, to hear the worst of human nature, to absorb the poison of sin, to carry knowledge that could never be shared, never be unburdened except through prayer and faith. It required a strength that sometimes felt beyond his capacity, and yet, It was his calling, his duty, his privilege, to stand in that space between the sinner and God, to offer the possibility of reconciliation, of peace, even when peace seemed impossibly distant. He gathered what he needed, his stole, his prayer book, his rosary, and made his way through the darkening afternoon to the constable's office. The village was quiet, people keeping indoors, perhaps sensing the heaviness in the air, perhaps simply responding to the chill that had settled with the cloud cover. Windows glowed with lamplight, promising warmth and safety, the ordinary comforts of ordinary lives untouched by tragedy. Constable Williams met him at the door, his young face grave, his manner respectful. "Father, he's been quiet mostly. Hasn't eaten, hasn't asked for anything except to see you. Inspector Davies says you can have privacy, as much as the law allows. We'll be just outside." Father Brown nodded his thanks and entered the small room where Hawick waited. It was sparse, functional, a holding cell rather than a true prison. A wooden bench, a small barred window set high in the wall, stone floor swept clean. Hawick sat on the bench, his thin frame somehow diminished further, as if confession had already begun to hollow him out, to strip away the layers of pretense and defence that had sustained him through 7 years of theft and one terrible night of violence. He looked up as Father Brown entered, his face ravaged by weeping, by fear, by the terrible knowledge of what he had done and what awaited him. "Father," he whispered, his voice hoarse, "thank you for coming. I wasn't sure you would. After what I've done, after—" "Peace, Gerald," Father Brown said gently, settling himself on the bench beside Hawick close, enough to offer comfort through proximity but not so close as to seem intrusive. "I'm a priest. Hearing confession is what I do, regardless of the sin. God's mercy isn't rationed according to the severity of our failures. If it were, none of us would have hope." He placed his stole around his neck, that simple vestment that transformed this bare room into a confessional, that created sacred space even in the midst of secular judgment. "Are you ready to make your confession, my son? To speak honestly before God and seek his forgiveness?" Hawick nodded, his hands twisting together in his lap, and began to speak. Not the abbreviated version he'd given Inspector Davies, but the full story, the long slow descent from minor theft justified by desperation to major theft justified by habit, from good man to thief to murderer. His voice was steady at first, then breaking, then steady again, the words coming in waves as if he were purging himself of poison, expelling the accumulated guilt of years. "My wife, father, Margaret, she was everything to me. We had no children, just each other, and when she fell ill—" His voice caught. "The doctors said there were treatments, new treatments, expensive but promising, and I had so little. My salary barely covered our needs, and suddenly I needed thousands I didn't have." Father Brown listened, his face calm, his presence a steady anchor as Hawick's story spilled out. The first theft had been small, £50 from the Easter collection, meant to be repaid within months. But Margaret's illness had progressed faster than expected, requiring more treatments, more medicines, more care. The £50 became 100, then 200, the amounts growing as Hawick's desperation deepened. "And then she died," Hawick whispered, his tears flowing freely now. "After everything, after all I'd stolen, all I'd risked, she died anyway. 3 months after her diagnosis, she was gone, and I was left with nothing but debt and guilt and the knowledge that I'd betrayed everything I believed in for nothing. She died, Father, and I couldn't even bury her properly without stealing more." "So you continued," Father Brown said softly. Not a question, but an acknowledgement, an understanding of how sin perpetuated itself, how one wrong choice made the next wrong choice easier, more necessary, until the original justification became irrelevant and theft became simply what one did. "I told myself I'd pay it back," Hawick said. "I'd save, scrimp, put aside a little each month until the debt was cleared. But I never did. There was always something, repairs to my cottage, illness, expenses that seemed to justify taking just a bit more. And after a while, I stopped trying to justify it. I just did it. Because I could. Because no one was watching closely enough to notice. Because the church had money and I had so little." He paused, his breathing ragged, his whole body shaking with the force of confession. "I knew it. Was wrong, Father. Every week, every time I transferred funds, Every time I adjusted the ledgers, I knew. But knowing didn't stop me. It just made me better at hiding, better at covering my tracks, better at living with the guilt. And Thomas discovered what you'd done, Father Brown prompted gently, guiding Hurrick toward the heart of the confession, toward the moment when theft became murder, when financial sin became mortal sin. He was so kind about it, Hurrick said, his voice breaking completely now. That was the worst part, Father. He didn't rage, didn't threaten. He just showed me the evidence he'd compiled, the careful accounting of every missing pound, and he said he understood, said he knew about Margaret, about my desperation, about how easy it was to make one wrong choice and then feel trapped by it. He said confession was the path forward, that if I admitted everything, made restitution however I could, the parish might show mercy, that you would stand with me, help me find a way through. Father Brown closed his eyes briefly, feeling the weight of Thomas's kindness, of his righteousness tempered by compassion. Thomas had tried to offer Hurrick the same grace that Father Brown himself would have offered, had sought to save rather than simply to condemn, and that kindness had killed him. But you couldn't accept that path, Father Brown said. I saw only ruin, Hurrick whispered, disgrace, imprisonment, poverty. I saw my life ending, everything I'd worked for destroyed, and in that moment, with Thomas standing there offering me a chance at redemption, all I could see was threat, all I could feel was panic. The candlestick was right there, Father, right there on the table, brass and heavy and available, and I didn't think. I just reached for it and swung, the confession continued, Hurrick describing the terrible moment of impact, the sound Thomas had made as he fell, the sight of him lying unconscious on the floor, and then the worst moment, the moment when Hurrick had stood over Thomas's body and made the choice, not to help, not to call for aid, but to hide what he'd done, to compound violence with further violence, to drag an unconscious man into the cold churchyard and arrange him among the dead, as if that arrangement might somehow absolve the sin of putting him there. He was breathing when I left him, Hurrick said, his voice hollow now, emptied by confession. I told myself he might wake, might be found, might survive. I told myself I wasn't really killing him, just leaving him, letting God decide. But I knew, Father. I knew the cold would finish what I'd started. I knew he would die there, alone, while I went home and washed the blood from my hands, and pretended to be concerned when news of his disappearance spread. Father Brown sat in silence for a moment, absorbing the full weight of Hurrick's confession, the terrible arithmetic of sin and consequence. 7 years of theft justified by desperation and then by habit. 1 moment of violence justified by panic. 1 decision to leave a man to die, justified by cowardice. Each sin building upon the last, each choice narrowing the path until Hurrick had arrived at this bare room, this moment of truth, this final accounting. Do you repent, Gerald? Father Brown asked finally, his voice gentle but firm. Not just regret, not just fear of punishment, but true repentance. Do you wish you had chosen differently, not because of what it's cost you, but because of what it cost Thomas? Do you understand the full weight of what you've done? Hurrick raised his head, his eyes meeting Father Brown's, and in them Father Brown saw something he'd been looking for. Genuine sorrow, genuine remorse, the kind that transcended self-pity and touched actual understanding of the harm inflicted. I do, Father. I repent. I wish I had listened to Thomas, had accepted his offer of help. I wish I'd confessed 7 years ago, when the theft was still small, still manageable. I wish I had been brave instead of weak, honest instead of deceitful. I wish, his voice broke. I wish I could undo it all, but I can't. All I can do is confess it, admit it, and accept whatever punishment justice and God require. Father Brown nodded slowly, his hand reaching for Hurrick's shoulder, a gesture of comfort and connection. Repentance is the beginning of redemption, Gerald, not the end. Redemption is a long journey, perhaps longer than the life left to you in this world. But it is a beginning, and God's mercy, I believe, meets us at our beginnings, not just our endings. He began the formal words of absolution, his voice steady, his faith carrying both of them through the ancient ritual. God, the Father of mercies, through the death and resurrection of his Son, has reconciled the world to himself and sent the Holy Spirit among us for the forgiveness of sins. Through the ministry of the Church may God give you pardon and peace. The words fell like rain, like blessing, like the promise that even in the midst of human justice, divine mercy remained possible. Harwick wept as Father Brown spoke, his body shaking with sobs that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than grief, from the place where the soul recognized its own desperate need for grace. When the absolution was complete, when the ritual had run its course, Father Brown sat in silence with Harwick for a long moment. Outside, the sky had darkened further, the promised storm finally beginning to break, rain pattering against the high window like fingers seeking entrance, like the tears of heaven joining earth's sorrow. "What happens now?" Harwick asked finally, his voice small, childlike in its vulnerability. "Now you face earthly justice," Father Brown replied. "You'll be tried, likely convicted. Your confession ensures that. You'll serve time, perhaps many years. Your life as you knew it is over, Gerald. That's the truth, and I won't soften it. But," he paused, squeezing Harwick's shoulder gently, "but your life as God knows it is not over. You've confessed, repented, received absolution. That doesn't erase the consequences of your actions, doesn't bring Thomas back, doesn't restore what you've stolen. But it does mean you're no longer alone in your guilt. You've shared it with God, and in that sharing, there's the possibility of transformation." "Will Eleanor ever forgive me?" Harwick asked. And in the question, Father Brown heard the full depth of Harwick's understanding, the recognition that the hardest forgiveness to receive was not God's, but that of the people we'd wronged. "I don't know," Father Brown said honestly. "Forgiveness is not something we can demand or expect. It's a gift, freely given or withheld. Eleanor has lost her husband because of your actions, Gerald. She has the right to her grief, her anger, her refusal to forgive. But," he paused, thinking of Eleanor's face, of her quiet faith, of the compassion he'd seen in her even in the midst of her sorrow. "But I believe she's a woman of deep faith, and people of faith sometimes surprise us with their capacity for mercy. I'll pray for her heart to soften, for yours to remain open to grace. That's all we can do. Pray, and trust that God works even in the hardest soil." A knock at the door interrupted them. Inspector Davies's voice, apologetic but firm. "Father, I'm sorry, but the transport has arrived. We need to take Mr. Harwick now." Father Brown stood, removing his stole, transforming the space back from confessional to cell, from sacred to secular. He helped Harwick to his feet, steadied him as his legs threatened to buckle, and walked with him to the door. Outside, in the rain that now fell steadily, a police wagon waited, its dark interior promising isolation, punishment, the long, slow process of justice. "Gerald," Father Brown said as the constables approached to lead Harwick away, "remember what you've received today. Absolution, forgiveness, the promise that God's mercy is larger than human sin. Hold on to that in the dark days ahead. Let it be your light when all other lights fail." Harwick nodded, tears mixing with rain on his face, and allowed himself to be led away. Father Brown watched as the wagon pulled away, its wheels splashing through puddles, carrying Gerald Harwick toward whatever future awaited, toward prison, toward punishment, toward the long accounting of sin, and perhaps, if grace proved sufficient, toward some eventual peace. The rain continued, washing the streets, cleansing the air, falling equally on the righteous and the unrighteous, on the living and the dead, on the church and the constable's office and the cottage where Eleanor Whitmore grieved alone. Father Brown stood in it for a moment, letting it soak through his coat, his hat, his very being, as if the water might somehow wash away the sorrow he carried, the weight of knowledge and responsibility, and the terrible burden of standing between human failing and divine mercy. Then he turned, walking slowly back toward the rectory, toward warmth and firelight, toward Mrs. McCarthy's concern and the simple comfort of tea and silence. Behind him, the village settled into evening, lights glowing in windows, smoke rising from chimneys, life continuing despite tragedy, because life always continued, faithful to its pattern, indifferent to individual sorrow, carrying forward the endless cycle of sin and grace, justice and mercy, death and the promise of resurrection. Sunday morning arrived with the clarity that sometimes follows storms, as if the rain had washed more than just the streets and stones, had somehow cleansed the very air of Kembleford, leaving it sharp and clean, and filled with a light that seemed to illuminate not just surfaces but depths. The sky was that particular shade of blue that belonged to late autumn, deep and endless, holding within it the promise of winter's coming but not yet surrendered to its grip. The church bells rang across the village, calling the faithful to worship, their sound carrying further than usual in the crystalline air, reaching into homes and hearts with the ancient summons to gather, to pray, to remember. St. Mary's stood waiting, its stone walls solid in the morning light, its windows already glowing with the sun's touch, transforming the stained glass into declarations of colour and faith. Ruby and sapphire, emerald and gold, each pane a prayer rendered in light. The churchyard, still damp from Friday's rain, showed no sign now of the tragedy it had witnessed. The oak tree spread its branches in quiet benediction over the spot where Thomas Whitmore had been found, its leaves turning gold and bronze, beginning their own slow fall, their own return to the earth from which they'd sprung. Father Brown had been awake since before dawn, unable to sleep, his mind turning over the events of the past week like pages in a book he couldn't quite close. The solution to the mystery had brought no satisfaction, only sorrow, the recognition that human weakness, unchecked and unconfessed, could transform basically decent people into thieves and murderers, could corrupt the very institutions meant to provide sanctuary and grace. He'd spent the hours before dawn in his study, not reading but simply sitting, watching darkness give way to light, allowing his own troubled thoughts to settle like sediment in water left undisturbed. Mrs. McCarthy had found him there when she'd arrived to prepare breakfast, her face showing concern but no surprise. She knew, as she knew most things about him, that some sorrows required silence rather than speech, presence rather than comfort. She'd brought tea, built up the fire, and left him to his contemplation, understanding that priests like everyone else needed time to process grief, to absorb tragedy, to find their way back to faith when faith seemed tested beyond bearing. Now, as the church bells continued their summons, Father Brown rose from his desk and prepared himself for what lay ahead. Today was Thomas Whitmore's funeral, a service that would mark not just the end of one man's life, but the end of innocence for an entire community, the recognition that evil existed not just in distant places, but here, among them, in the person of their trusted treasurer, in the quiet violence that had stolen one of their own. He dressed with care, his vestments a kind of armour against the day's demands, and made his way across the dew-dampened grass to the church. Already people were gathering, the faithful arriving early as they always did, seeking the best pews, greeting neighbours with subdued voices, their faces reflecting the communal grief that had settled over Kembleford like fog. They nodded to Father Brown as he passed, their expressions mixing sympathy and expectation. Sympathy for the burden he carried in knowing the full truth, expectation that he would somehow make sense of senselessness, would provide comfort in the face of tragedy. Inside, the church was filling slowly, the pews receiving their occupants with the patience of wood that had supported generations of prayers and tears, doubts and certainties, deaths and births, and all the small ceremonies that marked human existence. The air smelled of flowers, lilies and roses, brought by parishioners who had raided their gardens despite the season's decline, who had sought to honour Thomas with beauty, to soften death's harsh edges with bloom and fragrance. Father Brown made his way to the vestry, that small room where transformation happened, where ordinary men became vessels of the sacred. The choir was gathering there, their faces solemn, their voices subdued. They would sing today without Thomas, would feel his absence in every note, would hear the gap where his tenor should have been. Albert Finch stood by the window, his broad shoulders hunched as if bearing weight visible only to him. Margaret Davis clutched her music folder with white-knuckled hands, her eyes red from weeping. Young Peter Walsh looked lost, uncertain, his youth suddenly confronted with mortality in a way that no amount of theology could quite prepare one for. "Father," Albert rumbled, his bass voice softer than usual, almost tentative. "We've prepared something special, for Thomas, a psalm he loved, one he'd been practicing. We thought he'd want us to sing it, even without him, especially without him." Father Brown felt something catch in his throat, a tightness that threatened tears he'd been holding back for days. He would be honoured, he managed, his voice rough with emotion. Thomas loved music more than almost anything. To have his final service marked by song, Yes, that's exactly right. He helped them robe these faithful singers who had stood beside Thomas for years, who had blended their voices with his in praise and prayer, who now must learn to sing without him. The ritual of preparation was familiar, comforting in its ordinariness. The white surplices pulled over street clothes, the careful arrangement of collars and hems, the quiet moment of prayer before processing into the sanctuary. Eleanor Whitmore sat in the front pew, flanked by neighbours and friends, her face pale but composed, her black dress speaking eloquently of widowhood's sudden arrival. She held a handkerchief in her lap, white against the black fabric, and her hands were steady despite the tears that occasionally escaped to track down her cheeks. When Father Brown's eyes met hers, he saw not just grief but something else, a kind of grace, a dignity that came from faith tested and not found entirely wanting. Beside the altar in a place of honour stood the psalm book. Father Brown had retrieved it from the police, from Inspector Davies, who had released it with the understanding that it was evidence no longer, merely a relic of tragedy and faith intertwined. The old leather was still slightly warped from its exposure to cold and moisture, its pages stiff with the memory of frost, but it was whole, restored to its proper place even if the man who died protecting it could not be similarly restored. The service began with the ancient words, the familiar liturgy that had accompanied countless souls on their journey from this world to whatever waited beyond. Father Brown spoke the prayers with careful attention, each word weighted with meaning, with the responsibility of sending Thomas Whitmore toward his eternal rest, with the blessing of the church he had served so faithfully. The congregation responded in their traditional places, their voices joining in the rhythms that connected them to centuries of believers who had mourned their dead with these same words, these same promises. When it came time for the sermon, Father Brown stood in the pulpit and looked out over the assembled faces, seeing in them the full spectrum of human emotion, grief and confusion, anger and compassion, the need for answers and the recognition that some questions had no satisfying responses. He'd prepared words, of course, had spent hours crafting sentences that might provide comfort, might make sense of senselessness. But standing there, seeing Eleanor's brave face, the choir's solemn presence, the community's collective sorrow, he set aside his prepared text and spoke instead from the heart. Thomas Whitmore was a man of faith, he began, his voice quiet but carrying in the church's perfect acoustics. For 40 years, he sang in this choir, lifted his voice in praise, devoted his time and talent to the service of God and this community. He was reliable, punctual, precise in his musicianship and in his life. He was, by all accounts, a good man, a loving husband, a conscientious neighbour, a faithful servant of the church. He paused, letting the words settle, letting the congregation absorb this portrait of the man they'd known and lost. But Thomas was also human, which means he was imperfect, despite his virtues. He was righteous, sometimes perhaps too righteous. He saw sin and felt compelled to expose it, to bring it into light, to insist on justice without always considering mercy. And that righteousness, that uncompromising insistence on right, ultimately led him to the confrontation that cost him his life. A murmur rippled through the congregation, surprised that Father Brown would speak even this much of criticism, even this much of complexity. But he pressed on, knowing that truth served better than comfortable platitudes, that Thomas deserved honesty even in eulogy. I tell you this not to diminish Thomas, but to honour him fully, to recognise that he was real, complete, human in all the ways that matter. His virtue was genuine, but so was his fallibility. He tried to do right, but he miscalculated the danger, underestimated the desperation of a man trapped by sin. He offered mercy to Gerald Harwick, offered him a chance at redemption, but he did so without understanding how that mercy might be received, how desperation could transform even offered grace into perceived threat. Father Brown's eyes found Eleanor's, held them gently. Thomas died trying to correct a wrong, trying to protect this church and this community from theft. He died because he believed in truth, in accountability, in the importance of confession and restitution. Those beliefs were noble, they were right, but they also cost him everything, because he forgot, or perhaps never fully understood, that cornered animals bite, that desperate people do desperate things, that righteousness must be tempered with caution if it is to survive its own good intentions. He turned his gaze to the psalm book, sitting in its place of honor. Thomas documented his discoveries in that book, hid his evidence within its pages. The book that represented for him continuity, tradition, the long memory of faith. He made it a vessel for truth, a container for justice, and in doing so he transformed it from merely a tool of worship into something more, a testament to his courage, his commitment, his belief that truth mattered enough to risk everything for it. The church was utterly silent now, every eye fixed on Father Brown, every ear attending to words that walked the difficult line between comfort and challenge, between honouring the dead and serving the living. "We are left with questions," Father Brown continued, his voice softening. "Questions about why God allows the righteous to suffer, why faith doesn't protect us from violence, why good intentions lead sometimes to tragedy. These are old questions, ancient ones, the same questions that the psalmist asked, that Job asked, that even Christ asked from the cross. And the answers are not simple, not satisfying, not the kind that tie everything neatly together and allow us to sleep peacefully at night." He paused, his round face showing the full weight of his own uncertainty, his own struggle with theodicy, with the problem of evil existing in a world supposedly governed by love. "But I can tell you this. Thomas's death was not meaningless. His discovery of theft, his documentation of sin, his insistence on truth, these things mattered. They led to justice, to the exposure of corruption that had been poisoning this community for 7 years. Gerald Harwick will face earthly consequences for his crimes, both the theft and the murder. The church's finances will be audited, corrected, protected going forward, and we, as a community, have been reminded that vigilance is necessary, that trust must be accompanied by accountability, that even in sacred spaces human weakness can find room to flourish if we're not careful." He closed his eyes briefly, gathering himself for the final words. Thomas sang psalms for 40 years, sang them in joy and in sorrow, in certainty and in doubt, in seasons of plenty and seasons of want. The psalms speak to every human condition, every emotional state, every question we might bring before God, and they promise, not that suffering will be avoided, not that righteousness will be rewarded in the ways we expect, but that God is present, present in the valley of the shadow of death, present in the storm, present even when presence feels like absence, when mercy feels like silence, when faith is tested beyond what we thought we could bear. He opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the congregation. "So we sing for Thomas today. We sing the psalm he loved, we raise our voices in his honour, and we trust that somewhere, in that great mystery we call eternity, he hears us. We trust that his righteousness, imperfect and costly though it was, finds its completion in God's perfect justice. We trust that his death, tragic and unnecessary though it seems to us, somehow serves purposes we cannot yet see or understand. We trust, because trust is what faith requires, especially in the dark moments, especially when understanding fails." Father Brown descended from the pulpit, his part spoken, his words released into the congregation's consciousness to do whatever work they might do. The service continued with hymns and readings, with the slow procession toward the final commendation, the final blessing that would release Thomas's body to the earth and his soul to God's keeping. And then, as Father Brown had promised, the choir sang. They sang Psalm 23, the Shepherd's Psalm, the one Thomas had been rehearsing for weeks, the one he'd never gotten to perform. Their voices rose, blending and separating, finding harmonies that Thomas himself had helped them learn, filling the church with music that was both sorrow and celebration, both grief and praise. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Albert's bass anchored the lower notes, solid as stone, immovable as faith. Margaret's soprano soared above, reaching for heights that spoke of hope beyond suffering. Peter's young voice, uncertain but sincere, wove between them, learning through grief what years might not have taught. And in the spaces between their voices, in the silences that punctuated the music, Father Brown heard Thomas, heard the tenor that should have been there, the voice that had shaped these harmonies, the man who had loved this psalm enough to die with its book clutched against his chest. "He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul." The words washed over the congregation, over Eleanor in her widow's black, over the neighbours who had brought flowers, over Mrs. McCarthy who wept openly now, her Irish heart unable to maintain the stoic composure she usually presented. They washed over Father Brown himself, reminding him of promises that seemed distant but not entirely impossible, of restoration that might come even after the darkest valleys, of shepherding that continued even when the sheep felt lost beyond finding. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. The psalm continued, verse by verse, the choir giving their best to honour their fallen colleague, to fill the gap his absence had created. And as they sang, something shifted in the church, in the assembled community, in the air itself. The grief remained, certainly. Grief would remain for a long time, would mark Eleanor's days and the choir's practices and every Sunday when Thomas's voice was missed. But alongside the grief, something else emerged. Not quite peace, perhaps, but the possibility of peace. Not quite understanding, but the acceptance that understanding might not be necessary, that faith sometimes meant trusting without comprehension, hoping without guarantees. When the psalm ended, when the final notes faded into the church's ancient stones, silence followed. Not the empty silence of absence, but the full silence of presence, of something having been accomplished, of tribute having been paid. Father Brown allowed it to extend, to fill the space completely before speaking the final words of commendation. We commit Thomas's body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in the sure and certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, through our Lord Jesus Christ, who will transform our lowly body that it may be like his glorious body, by the power which enables him to subject all things to himself. The congregation responded with the ancient Amen, that word of agreement, of affirmation, of letting go. And then they processed out into the sunshine, into the churchyard where a grave waited, freshly dug, ready to receive Thomas Whitmore's body and return it to the earth that had sustained him in life. The burial was brief, as burials were, the coffin lowered with care, Eleanor casting the first handful of earth with a hand that trembled but did not falter. Others followed, each adding their small contribution to the covering, to the final act of farewell. Father Brown spoke the words of blessing one last time, committing Thomas to God's mercy, to the long sleep that would end only at resurrection, if resurrection proved to be more than metaphor, more than the hope that sustained believers through the long darkness of mortality. Afterward the congregation dispersed slowly, reluctantly, as if leaving the churchyard meant leaving Thomas behind, meant returning to ordinary life when nothing felt ordinary anymore. Mrs. McCarthy had arranged refreshments in the church hall, tea and sandwiches, cake and sympathy, the ritual feeding that accompanied every significant community event. People gathered there, speaking in hushed tones at first and then gradually louder, the conversation moving from Thomas to weather to harvest, to all the ordinary concerns that comprised life, that continued despite death, that would continue long after all of them had joined Thomas in the churchyard's eternal rest. Father Brown moved among them, offering comfort where comfort was needed, listening to memories and condolences, accepting thanks for the service, for the words spoken, for the care taken in honouring their friend and neighbour. But part of him remained elsewhere, remained in the quiet of the church, in the space where Thomas's voice would forever echo, where the psalm book sat restored to its place, where the mystery had been solved but not, perhaps, fully resolved. As afternoon mellowed toward evening, as the last of the guests departed and the church hall emptied, Father Brown found himself back in the sanctuary. The light was changing again, that familiar slide toward dusk, toward the hour when Thomas had disappeared a week ago, when righteousness had met desperation and tragedy had been born. He sat in one of the pews, in a spot where he could see both the altar and the windows, where light and shadow played across the stone in patterns as old as the building itself. The psalm book caught his eye, its leather binding dark against the white cloth, and he rose to retrieve it, to hold it in his hands and feel the weight of what it represented. Opening it carefully, he turned to the pages where Thomas had hidden his evidence, now empty, the papers taken by police and then returned to Father Brown for safekeeping until the trial. But the pages themselves bore witness, showed the impressions where folded paper had rested, showed the intent of a man who had believed that truth mattered, that justice was worth pursuing, that sin should be exposed and corrected regardless of cost. "You were right, Thomas," Father Brown murmured to the empty church, to the ghost of tenor notes that lingered in his memory. "Right to document the theft, right to insist on accountability. But you were also wrong. Wrong to confront Harwick alone, wrong to underestimate desperation, wrong to think that righteousness alone could protect you from violence. And now you're gone, and we're left to pick up the pieces to find meaning in meaninglessness, to trust that your death serves some purpose we cannot yet see." The church offered no answer, no voice from heaven, no miraculous sign. It simply stood, as it had stood for centuries, holding its prayers and its sorrows, its joys and its tragedies, offering sanctuary to all who entered and demanding nothing except that they bring their full humanity, their doubts and their faith, their sins and their grace, their questions and their trust that questions did not negate faith but deepened it. Father Brown closed the psalm book gently and returned it to its place. The light was nearly gone now, the windows fading from brilliant colour to subtle glow, the day ending as all days ended, with darkness and the promise that morning would come, that light would return, that life would continue its ancient pattern. He made his way out of the church, pausing at the door to look back one final time at the sanctuary where Thomas had sung for 40 years, where his voice had been part of the fabric of worship, where his absence would be felt for years to come. And then he stepped out into the evening, into the cooling air, into the world that continued despite tragedy, that held within it both terrible violence and stubborn grace, both human weakness and divine mercy, both death and the promise, fragile, improbable, but still present, of resurrection. The stars were beginning to appear, those ancient lights that had watched over countless human dramas, countless tragedies and triumphs, countless lives lived and lost and remembered and forgotten. Father Brown walked slowly back to the rectory, his round form a small shadow against the gathering darkness, a priest carrying the weight of his calling, the burden of knowing too much and understanding too little, the responsibility of standing between human failing and divine grace. Behind him, St. Mary's settled into night, its bells silent, its doors closed, its stones holding their secrets. The churchyard held Thomas now, held him in earth and memory, in the soil that would receive spring flowers and summer sun, in the space beneath the oak tree where frost had revealed tragedy and rain had blessed sorrow. And somewhere, in the mystery that lay beyond sight and sense, beyond proof and doubt, Thomas Whitmore sang still, sang the psalm he'd loved, sang with the voice that death had silenced but faith insisted was not truly gone, sang in the eternal choir where all voices eventually joined, where harmony was perfect and melody never ended, where the song that began in earthly worship found its completion in heavenly praise. The final psalm had been sung, the mystery had been solved, justice had been served, and mercy extended where mercy was possible. And life, stubborn and resilient and faithfully hopeful, continued its ancient song, carrying Father Brown and Kembleford and all of broken, beautiful humanity forward into whatever tomorrow might bring.